Checking. Checking.
go into space for the future of humanity.
Where is the mind killer?
The future.
Feel the gravity. Feel the gravity.
Perfect. Let's go. Let me see. Is the music too loud? Props to my man, Rinkadink, first of all. One of my favorite artists. Met him in real life, he's the best. Love him. And his label is gonna DMC me, probably. Let's see. Alright. Let's put something that isn't so DMCA. Okay, how about some... Alright, here we go. Let me see if everything's ready. Now, apologies to everybody who's coming in. I hope this is the first stream. I do not have like pro equipment, and that's on the to-do list. And so this is a little bit bootstrapped, but the content is not bootstrapped. So I'm actually using my iPad to see the stream and how it's going. Perfect. Alright, here we go. Let me see if it's running well. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more than just a stream. It's more like a live stream radio, actually. I'll tell you my plans in a bit. That's what is on the menu today, actually. So let me see. All right. first things first. See if I'm going live or not. If it's working. I try to actually use this new tool. Well, new tool for me at least. Streamlabs. And connected to everything else. Well, I got it connected to basically TikTok, Toro, Twitch, X, YouTube. So I have actually no idea what's happening in each of those individual platforms. I'm just hoping that this is like a more modern version of OBS, maybe. It does offer a lot of different functionalities. But yeah, it's kind of a hustle to go through all of the different channels, especially because we've only used until now one channel, the only, the most legendary Discord. And that's where we live, that's where we were born, and that's where we're gonna die. So everything else over here is actually an experiment. An experiment because we want to take a little bit of what we've seen in the deep purple depths of Discord and bring it out to those who might be or are interested and can definitely benefit from it. See, what I'm worried about is I'm not seeing the stream live. I just want to see, make sure. Okay, see when I put it over here, display capture webcam. What's wrong with display cap? Aha, I see, wait. Okay, I think I got it. Display capture automatic. Yeah. There you go. Alright, I think it's okay. Alright, I'm gonna punch through it, boys. Welcome, everybody. I'm the owner, founder of Clinic of AI. I have a screen chat over here. I don't know if it actually works. It's supposed to be a multi-stream chat. But I'm gonna be mostly using the YouTube chat. Got my second keyboard over here. Training that. That's perfect. And let's get into what matters. First of all, before I shoot off, before I blast off, I want to try something. Now, basically in this stream, you're not only going to learn how to be a digital native. The plan here is to help you by streaming live every day and using the experience I have, which I'll get into, and the group and the people behind this, which are excellent, to turn into AR architects. The type of people that will be needed for the upcoming unemployment rates, to secure your future. If you want to stay ahead, it can be either because you're worried, can also be because goddamn cannot do it if it's not. I need a dark version. Come on. I need a dark version. Let's get some great. Drive traffic to your website with a 3-step ad creation experience. Build a robust campaign. Let's do a fast one. I just launched it right now. I have no idea. There's no preparation. We're doing this as we go. And that's kind of the point over here. If you want to become an AI architect, it's all about finding out how to be industrious, how to be resourceful, and being able to build value propositions. And if you're one of those people, for example, that are scared about how AI is going to take their jobs, or how they're getting left behind, or you're suffering from FOMO, this is the place where there's no FOMO, no fear of missing out. We're going to be addressing everything, not only what you see on the news that is maybe getting you worried, but also all the other technologies that come into this cross-convergence, which is propelling us into a paradigm shift. Yes, and it is true there is a paradigm shift, and that paradigm shift is a reality, and there will be displacement, and it won't be nice. When people talk about displacement, sometimes they bandy around terms and percentages like 30%, and this is completely against any Malthusian curve or anything that we've experienced before in any innovation curve. Let me remind you, for example, that just a single 2% increase of unemployment increases crime rates by 0.5%. So we're looking at something that is quite drastic. Yes, we are, but it's not all doom and gloom, and that is why at least as a clinic of AI, which is an established AI agency with clients, and we've been making products for different enterprises for quite a while, and myself as well, and perhaps we'll get into that a little bit later. We want to really focus on what matters, which is education, which is upskilling, which is upgrading, which is making sure that people that are curious, that feel like maybe they're left behind, that they are not sure exactly what role they're going to play in the future. That's what we're doing here. The problem is that it's an exponential curve. It's an exponential technological curve. So if you can imagine something like an exponential curve on a diagram, the adoption rate is nowhere near what we want or what is normal. And so that means that there's going to be like increased disparity and just increased overall bureaucratic, socioeconomic, geopolitical, economic disparity and dysfunction. So, before getting into the details of this program, how it works, what we're going to do, I'm going to send out a quick ad images from your website. No, not right, compelling it. I'm writing an ad over here on Reddit. A lot of people on Reddit are wondering also how and where they're going to position themselves, even people that are IT savvy, and that is a lot of the stuff that I want to address. Let me see if I got this written somewhere else. I think I had it written on Twitch or something. So I need to just copy it again. No, that's not it. That's not good. Or something to the point. Which is the most important thing when you're doing it. When you're doing ad copy is making sure that you're right to the point and you're cutting through the fuzz. There's too much information. There's an information overload. And people are confused and they need clarity. And the question is, regulatory initiatives are great. Upskill, love2increase is our digital arena, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough, and they don't act fast enough, they're not nimble enough. So there's a great case there to make for decentralization, and you'll see how that comes into play over here. Coincidentally, this will help understand a little bit what we're doing over here. So, upskill, love2increase, which is a sub-brand of Clinic of AI, which I'll get into. Love2increase is a strategic intervention in potential weird design. Or platform. polymaths. We are live oh, I know. Wait, give me a second. Oh, I think I set it pretty well over here. One second, boys. There you go. For an error in person. Alright, upskill. Hashtag love2increase. I wanted to make a separate brand for this, and I'll get into the details why. This is our digital arena, or let's say Azure digital arena, strategic intervention, human potential. Let's say no, strategic, gamified. Experience for teaching AI Plus for an era of unprecedented technological complexity. Destination. I'm gonna put the destination to the Discord server. Or let me take a second over here. So, first of all, let's look at what I'm writing over here. Upskill. Skill tech. Skill. Upskill. Hashtag love2increase is our digital arena, a strategic gamified experience for teaching AI plus. And I want to write here, since I have space, converging technologies for an ever unprecedented complexity. Here you learn and earn. Modern workplace. Now, the destination, that's a good one. What if your ad will direct Redditors here, double check that the link meets our requirements. Now, what if I want people to come to our Discord? Everything happens in our Discord. All that gamification I've been talking about. This is too much. Wait, let me just ask Perplexity. It seems there's no real information search results described. If you're asking whether you can invite other students, nope. This page, this domain. Should I have Reddit as that leads people to creating a Reddit ad that effectively directs users to your Discord server involves a few key steps. Step by step, creating a Reddit ad for Discord. Create your Discord server, yeah, sure. Set up a Reddit account, sure. Choose, yeah. Target on, yeah. Design your ad, yeah, sure. Include your Discord invite link. Generate an invite. Shorten the link using a URL shortener for cleaner presentation. Choose between image ads, set your budget. No, it doesn't. Seems like it's pretty straightforward, no problem. Destination URL, call to action. Well, it's not an HTTP if it's a Discord server. Okay, let's go here. Clinic of AI. Here you go, boys. This is it. This is where the magic happens. And what I'm gonna do is, I wanna invite people. It knows I'm streaming, interesting, so it doesn't show the invite link. It's over here. There you go. Now, let me just make sure that that invite link 7 days expires after. Oh, it's no limit. 100 uses. Generate new link. Copy. There you go. Let's go like that. Edit display URL. I don't know what that means. Append a source parent to your destination. Improve third-party tracking. Yeah, sure, why not? Call to action. Nope. View more, sign up, learn more, contact us. Learn more is always good. Allow comments, sure. Targeting and delivery. Portugal, no. You know what? Here's one of the things that I will start off by saying. Wait. One of the things reach Redditors across all interests and communities. Target Redditors with specific interests and communities. me reverse engineer this. If I go to the machine learning and the AI communities, I want to go to the future work type of communities. So we're going to reverse engineer that. Let me just use Ninja Chat here for a second. I'm not endorsing this by any way or means, but I think they might have something here that's already okay. So a lot about writing tools. What I'm looking more is for something related to marketing. Let's try and do something like this. Let's try and do something like this. So, let's go to Claude, okay? First of all, let's try and get an upgrade over here. Did he accept PayPal? Pay another way? No? Didn't accept PayPal? Shh. It's not good. So, anyway. What we can do API. See if I got it right. Nope, not this one. Not this one. Here. Let's go directly to the API. Cookbook, prompt library. Okay, that's not bad. Website was your Google Apps scripter. A lot of cool stuff over here. By the way, if you haven't checked this out, Claude's doing an amazing job. Alien about data organizer, brand builder, review clips, motivation, muse, provide personalized information based on user input. Polygot superpowers. I love that. Three-tone detector, API reference. Let me try to do something. Build with Claude. Get started. No, API reference. Okay. still leading me here. I don't have the API, but if I start building, it's just go there. Actually, I should do this through Perplexity because they have an API directly to Reddit. I want to find out what Reddit subreddits to target in order to find people who are interested in upgrading in upskilling in aging education and want to learn more about AI and how to secure their future jobs. Okay, let's see what I want. This prompt to be designed for Perplexity. So yeah, again, I'm using Claude to reverse engineer the prompt. In a way, meta prompting, but because Cloud 3.0, 3.5, so on, it doesn't have like a internet connection or direct web browsing. And I know that like Perplexity does. What I'm doing is I'm using it, but I'm asking it to make the prompt directly for Perplexity so that now I can take this and go. I could go continue, so we can compare both of them, but let's have a look at Perplexity. Now, if you don't know what Perplexity is, welcome to the most important, best AI tool that has been made, without a doubt. Perplexity is awesome. Started off as a team of small people, and they really put the other guys running. They really gave him a run for their. All right, so let's see what we're doing. So let's recap over here. This is a very meta thing I'm doing, right? Because I'm streaming, and as I'm streaming, I'm making a short ad to drive more people to the stream, in this case to the Discord, through Reddit. And I'm doing that, but to do that, I want to know who exactly are the best people to target and how to target them. Now, of course, I could sit down, take my two most important tools, even in the age of AI, and try to think about what are the most likely people to be interested in, where the subreddits are, what they're called. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm using AI. And when I say I'm using AI, what I did is I went to Claude 3.5 I went to the API and I did I chose something which they have, which is a tool called a create prompt, right? Where Claude uses Claude 3.5 Sonnet, one of the most advanced tools out there, or large language models out there, in terms of almost every benchmark, to create the actual prompt so that I can get the answer to the question of what is the best way, what are the most suitable subreddits to target, or what is the most suitable person to target. To target for what? Of course, I'll get into that much more in depth in a while, but before, I think it's good. The whole point of this is going through the whole process of doing everything live is not only talking about AI and talking about new tools and talking about what is the next best model or next best gig that you can use, but critical thinking, how to actually work your way around little obstacles, how to use different resources, and how to become industrial in the way that you put them together and you duct tape them so that you get the best of everything. And that's critical thinking. That's what being, as we just saw, I'm not sure what they called it, but it was very nice. I'm going to use that definitely. It's what being a polymath or a polymath is. Basically, that's a more modern way of saying a Renaissance man, somebody who has is not specified in a specific topic, but has a broad range of understanding of different subjects, and it is this broad range of different subjects and understanding of these subjects that and the curiosity behind that allows him then to use an isometric kind of patternistic determination. So if he's faced with a problem, he can bank on these different patterns that he's made in different areas and apply them to this vacuum to see if he finds a response. These are things that have been touted for a long time. Critical thinking, research abilities, everything like that, by the major academic institutions and universities. The reality is, however, what we are learning in most universities, in most institutions, is a textbook style type of learning, where you're forced, whether you want to or not, to specify into an area, or else you get sidelined and you don't have any value proposition to that. But that has all changed, and I want to make a highlight and underline that over here. That has changed since the moment that ChatGPT dropped OpenAI. OpenAI dropped ChatGPT's first model that we could actually communicate with it, so that humans could talk to it like it's another person. We saw the real value in it, and off of that, it sparkled a flame, which slowly then became a Cambrian explosion of tools. And what that resulted in was every group of white collar, their value started going down, because all these tools were able to do the jobs that they were doing before. So paradoxically, the value of a polymath, the value of somebody who understands the meta, somebody who's lived a life and studied autodidactically out of their own curiosities, their value goes up because they have a much broader field and sense of all epistemology and all ontologies. And since they have that, their value as opposed to the white collar has gone way up. And this is something that we see in paradigm shifts a lot. You know, we saw it when we passed from the feudal age to the agricultural age. We saw it in later on during the Renaissance, in Gutenberg's press. We saw it in the industrial age. For example, let's take the industrial paradigm shift. Thomas Edison, Tesla, these people all of a sudden appear and they make changes which are massive. They make elevator innovations, not incremental innovations. And if there ever was a paradigm shift if we look at the humanity as far and as long as we know it, this is the biggest paradigm shift. This is the biggest cross convergence of technologies that is making a tectonic shift, that is making a technology tsunami, and humanity has never seen anything like it. And what happens again, and even more in these cases, is that the person that has that ability to research, critical think, that has that broad range of knowledge, that is industrious, that is able to find and visualize and create value propositions from vacuums where there exists none, those are the people that are becoming more and more valuable. And that is why we can definitely say that we're switching from a knowledge economy where you were great because you had a PhD in social science, in whatever social science you can think of. We're switching to an allocation economy, which is, it's the person who's able to understand as an architect, or let's say is not so well versed in any specific subject, but is able to understand what each one of those different autologies can give him. So that person becomes like an architect because he's able to see what are the tools and the people and the technologies, what are the philosophies, everything that come together that makes sense. And that's why we're actually making this program. We're making this program to create polymaths which are architects, because the future company, they can't handle something like an AI product because their whole culture is not ready for it. Not only will they need to go through an slow and incremental learning phase, but they will need people who understand Python, but not Python close to the metal, as in like they can code it with their eyes shut and a leg behind their back, but they can understand what Python can give them, and they can understand what a myriad of other tools can give them, so that they are able to put together the architecture that's required to create something new, and then delegate. And that's why I want to underline the fact that we're moving from a knowledge economy towards a allocation economy. And that's where you want to position yourselves. And that's why our program is also going to be a lot about that. And that's why we're going through this step by step. That's why it needs to be something that's live. It needs to be something that's streamed. Because one of the things I've noticed is sometimes people just get stonewalled when they have a problem because they don't know that there are tools out there that can do certain things that they're not able to. They don't know that they don't need to learn for 5 years a specific programming language or technology or any other epistemology. They are people which are polymaths. And that's what we want to train, that's what we want to bring, and that's what we want to upscale. And to do that, yes, I truly believe that there is no book that will teach you how to do it. There is no paper, there is no journal, there is no MIT review. It's a source. And that's what love2increase aims to be. We aim to be the source that pulls all those threads together. Not only of AI, but all the other technologies that AI is here propelling. Because let's not forget, just like blockchain, the technology itself is meaningless unless or until it is adapted and implemented into other business models. And in those business models, they can make the switch, which makes them come, from one day to another. It causes the difference of night and day. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's see what Claude gave us. I've already posted this in Perplexity, right? So again, Claude does not have access to the internet, right? Perplexity, as far as I know, has cut a deal with Reddit so that they actually are able to have access to Reddit's recently closed API. You are tasked with identifying suitable subreddits to target for finding people interested in Gen AI education and those who want to learn more about AI and screening. Or that have a genuine concern about where their job stands in the future. Their job. Let's put it like this, where they and their jobs amidst the upcoming shifts. Upcoming, let's say unemployment. No, let's say upcoming automation, AI, and other technological advancements. So this is a big issue, right? And there is the fact of like whether or not you're able to accompany all the technological changes that are happening. So we need to improve this, sorry. Let's see. You're tasked with identifying suitable subreddits to target for individuals interested in education, as well as those who want to learn more about AI or have genuine concerns about their future jobs in light of upcoming automation, AI advancements, and other technological developments. This information will be used on Perplexity, so please keep that in mind when crafting your response. Focus on those who wish to understand it better. Will be used on a Reddit, so it doesn't understand what I'm doing, so I need to correct that, right? It thinks I'm using Perplexity because Perplexity by itself it's better, but it's not the case. It's just that it's got access to the Reddit API. Analyze the given criteria and think about subreddits that might be relevant. Use provide a list of the form for each friend. After this, you provide a brief summary of your findings. Present your response and that's the Alright, let's see. So, this is already here on Perplexity. I'm using Perplexity Pro. I've got web. Let me just make sure that I'm not making a mistake, right? Perplexity. You know, Reddit. Nothing's telling me. Yeah, they got a paid API. I'm paying for it. But does Reddit API? It's funny how I'm still using Google. Hi, does anyone know if Perplexity AI's online models output the results sources references just like they were searching? It doesn't. The Perplexity API appears to be mostly fine-tuned. Yeah, it's mixtural, that's right. Yeah, it's mixtural plus a bunch of others. That's true. So let's check out something. Let's go and check out we're actually gonna use Perplexity for this. Alright, see? Meta is a word which you're gonna have to get very used to. Let me search one. Access to Reddit's API. Maybe it's OpenAI. LangChain. Perplexity. Okay, so we're right. No problem. Everything's good. I didn't know LangChain had it too. Okay. Okay, let's go. See what we get out of this. I always like to watch the videos on the side. See what's up here. Nope, it's a 40.
Hello everyone and
54-minute video. Okay. No, that's not right. Okay, the most suitable subreddits. Okay, it's doing a lot of thinking over here. We don't need to look at that. Let's just go straight over here. The most suitable subreddits for a target audience tend to focus on three main areas: AI and machine learning, education, career development. This is good. In technological fields and discussions about the impact. You know, it can also be something like the model might not be thinking about timelines. So, you know, people which are recently gonna graduate or something. IT career questions is great. Yep. Learn machine learning. That's good. Like, if you go to machine learning or data science, you're not going to find your target audience. These people mostly have, you know, maybe already 7 years in the field. skilled career guidance, artificial. Okay, I like these. These subreddits, yeah, I like these. What are the best subreddits for learning about this? Now, subreddits that have people who are interested. Now, that don't necessarily have how can I say, have not thorough, but have well-developed background. Okay. The problem is people that have already a lot of experience in, let's say, data science, and I know this from personal experience, is that what's going to happen is it's really hard for them to break from the normal frame. And I can understand that, actually. I mean, imagine you spent like 7 years learning, and when I was hiring for Clinic of AI, this was something that was something that was all the time an issue. I put an ad up, for example, and the ad was to get I think it was AI ML, a project manager type of position, and I had it set to Zurich. I was in Zurich at that time, Zurich, Switzerland, and I had put the ad on LinkedIn, and in 2 or 3 days we had reached the cap of applications, which goes to show how many of these people or how many experts that are that have made specializations in traditional fields of AI and ML. For example, data insights, computer vision, data platforms, natural language processing, all of those that were completely separate subjects. How they got twisted when large language models became, became the go-to, and so that was a very clear sign of how many people wanted to, realize this. A lot of the smart people realized that where the future was and the large language models. And I say this with all respect and with all humility towards the people that know the systems beyond and in a much more thorough way than us that have studied it from the perspective of a black box large language model. But it was crazy because we capped immediately the amount of people that wanted to apply for a company, Clinic of AI, and I got to meet some of the most brilliant minds I've ever had the chance of meeting. Guys that were trying to move to Switzerland. Switzerland, by the way, is great polytechnical universities. Has a really good has a very good name when it comes to being like number one in innovation, in Europe at least, and which isn't to say much, but at the same time, these guys, they did Cambridge or Oxford, and they had like experience working as working in fields which were incredible. For example, astrophysics and things of that sort. And that was a clear, that was clear. I mean, I saw it when I was also back at my company before I started Clinic of AI. Like, it was 200. We were 250 people that I had working at building products for the DACH region. DACH is the German-speaking area of Europe. And, it was very confusing for them. And anyway, the fun thing there was, or the interesting thing there was, they expect, they've been working 7 years for a degree that they have stuck on their wall. It's beautiful, and they work very hard for it. And they expect to get paid, 250K a year. But you ask them something like, hey, if you could build anything you want, anything you could, right now, what would you build? What do you do? They would stutter. And that's the difference that I found between the community that I got engaged with very early on in Discord, still when I was in my old corporate company, and people which have had done the whole thing to get the diploma. I think I don't know if this is biased or not, but when I saw what I saw on Discord when those first channels started popping up, because Discord has a very close relationship with GitHub, of course, so you would see everybody forging in, the Disney-like deep purple depths of Discord, trying to, put new products together, tape them together, see if they work, what models are best, what don't, can you jailbreak them, can you not, what are the parameters, how are they working. They all were doing it for the sheer wonder. It was like the movement of flower power all over again, but for technology. They just wanted to do it, and there was no purpose behind any of it, no monetary reason. Now, a guy who did a degree, he's smart as hell. But in this this hyper-evolutionary state of technology, you want the OGs, not the guys that went for the degrees. That's my take on it. So, in making this prompt, back to the topic at hand, in making this prompt, it's already skewed, because not skewed. It's already directed in a certain way that is a result of my own experiences, which is, goddamn, the best guy that I ever had on my team was somebody who I picked up and was learning Java But he was so hungry and so interested and so curious that when I opened the doors and I showed him the paths, the resources, the methods, he just went and he became a monster. He became. So we want those type of people. They can break through the frame of what has been and understand what will be much easier. And if you look up the definition of paradigm shift, which is coined by a philosopher named Kuhl, German, applies to life sciences, but also stems. Paradigm shift has 5 phases, and those 5 phases are basically the slow, snail-like transitioning of people understanding how things are and the dissonance of how they were. So it's them coming to terms about how things are going to change. If you would ask me right now at what stage we're in, I would still say we're at stage 2, where a very small group of people are aware of tectonic changes that are abound. And so it's good. It's good to pick up young minds that are free from being indoctrinated one way or another, but are just curious and full of wonder. You'll need it. They'll need it, because if you're gonna stick to something that is as fast moving as this, you need that appetite. You need to be a surfer so that you can ride this wave. And secondly, they need to be able to break out of a mold and think like architects. And younger people, or people who are now looking or are coming in to the job market, are probably the best ones that you can have, provided that you show them the ways and the methods and the means, and also provide them some sort of safety net where you can learn and earn. Because they have more neuroplasticity. Their brains, their brain-derived neurotrophic factor is still much higher. They're capable of creating. They haven't solidified any idea of what AI is, and therefore they are able to evolve as fast as that exact hyper-exponential technological curve which I mentioned. So this subreddit is excellent for individuals looking to enter the AI field through the growing area of prompt engineering. It's particularly suitable for those without extensive coding backgrounds who want to leverage AI tools to develop innovative. Yep, it's not bad. Over some thousands discussions. Okay. Also, this. You want to make a dent? You want to do something that matters? It's not only helping people and repurposing and the unemployed to high demand tech skill jobs. It's having the possibility of tapping into the people which are the next generation and not explicitly but in a scenario based way show them the dangers, the challenges that lay ahead, and how morality and ethics are important if we are going to keep some sort of equilibrium as we have now. So, on that note, let's look at those subreddits. Now, prompt engineers are a great programming. It's great because that's what I'd say like an entryway path. I like AI ethics a lot. This is going to be very important, not for the immediate future, but when we're closer down the path of the fourth and the fifth shift to the paradigm, we're going to be talking about AGI. We're going to be talking about cognitive hierarchies, imperative heuristics, and that's going to be very valuable to have individuals which have had experience in learning these technologies under a circumstance where they understand that accelerationism at all costs is perhaps something that is reckless. So I see what he's doing is he's giving me like he's giving me very prompt engine. He's giving me the entry gateways prompt. Come on. Translate above to target redditors with specific interests and communities as defined by Reddit's ad. Let's see if what I could do is I could also feed it some documentation. Like this. Alright. This is great. Correct questions. Let's do that one too. Yes. Computer ethics. Okay. So, did I put it in or not? A lot of these guys, which is majors or that's good. Artificial. No. Oh my god. Okay, we got, yeah, 7,000 members there. That's good. What is this? Learn no, I don't want that. Internships isn't seeking in AI. It should be AI internships. Engineering students. That's the internships anyway. Data science. What else we have? Artificial intelligence, of course. You know how Reddit is like. Okay. Ooh, career advice. That's good. Okay. I'm not gonna put much, huh? Just wanna put it for today. They take PayPal? What am I? Am I on hold? Not delivering, status view setup. Active, inactive. Okay. Not delivering. Okay, are we not delivering? Alright, let's deliver, boys. Okay. See how that turns out later. Now, just telling one of my mods here. Pod pilot, okay. Tell my mods here. So I'm telling you my mods basically right now. Okay, guys, we got a Reddit ad. There's gonna be young, curious people who want to upskill and will be good for earn and learn. Bounty system. Alright, but I also want to check something out, and you're gonna have to excuse me here for a second, guys, because I want to see if I can get let's see if I can get a discount here somewhere. See if somebody can. I get an account manager to pimp us up. Tell them that I'm looking to increase the budget. Good too, man. Okay, now I just set a test campaign, but I was contacted a while ago by what do you call them? Campaign manager to offer help and credits, and I would like to test that before investing more. There you go. Alright. Now, just see if I'm right or wrong about that. How come there's so many things on Reddit? Reddit ads. Okay. No. Okay, anyway. Let's move on. Can't see. Targeting best practice, that's not bad. Yeah, it's old as hell. Yeah, I'm not a Reddit noob. I have like 9,000 karma, so I think they will complimentary ad credits. There you go. Let's see. We apply our credits and then account to any current or cost after the credit amount is depleted will automatically resume charging your card on file. View your card, go to billing. Yeah. Sorry, guys. We were discussing free credits to start a campaign. I would like to resume those conversations, as right now I'm not sure if it's a good fit. Let me see. My previous email. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened since then. Okay. Enough about socials. Let's get on to the meat and bones of this thing. Before we do, I'm gonna take a quick break, if you guys don't mind. Alright, go that way. Give me a second. Yeah. Alright, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, let's get back to it. Actually, I do think we have our own shit. Okay. They were pretty fast though. I mean, I'm in the gold club. I don't know if that means anything. Ready gold club. Is for middle-aged, white, middle-income level Westerners who spend too much time online. Let's see if we got something. Okay, not today. Okay. Sorry, boys. We gotta check this out. Something important just came in. MIT Technology Review. What's happening? Got any exclusive seat at the longest running AI business conference? Be one of the foreigner leaders. Learning and networking on the MIT campus. MTech 2025 offers a rare, intimate opportunity to connect and engage. No, this is terrible. It's literally just just networking. Just just networking, handshaking. No way for $2,000. These guys are crazy. MIT has done a great job. If it wasn't for MIT, we'd probably be on a much worse basis. They're providing papers after papers. They're one of the beacons, I think, of AI. We have to take care of them. Capitalistic or not, it's still something good. More than 50% of papers are actually coming out of China related to AI. Not that I'm citing politically. That's something I do not do and will not do in this stream. I will discuss at a neutral, polymathic type the different nuances between geopolitical matters and when it comes to AI and all the things that affect AI, energy, Nash equilibrium, game theory. We might get into some of that, but my position there is always neutral. In fact, to make it even more neutral, I'll say it right now that we have a very strong bias towards what AI is going to do against us, or how it's posing a possible threat, without thinking or without acknowledging that perhaps it's just a natural next evolutionary step of what we are. Just like we turn from chimps to humans, there needs to be a next evolution. Meat and bones isn't going to get us to be an interplanetary community or cosmic space, cosmic space entity. We're gonna need to think about different things. What the hell is this? Right. Yeah. Admin stuff comes into place when you have an LLC as well. So let's get into that. Before we do, let me get something to drink, because this is going to be a long one. Okay. So, chapter 2. Rice milk. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Mature. Voila. Okay. Let's have a look. Now here you see a lot of the planning that has gone into what we're doing. It's no joke. But I'm gonna open up a new area just for us. Okay. So, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, at least those of you who are here or still here, let me present to you what Love to Increase is all about and what we're doing. Okay. Put that a little bit bigger. You guys should see this now. Okay. Now, let's get some better music on. Why is this important? Put that right over there. Alright. Now, yes, things are confusing, and they will continue to be confusing. And amongst that chaos, amongst all that constant barrage of data, of information, of things that you have to make sense of, that leave you anxious, that don't know, that don't give you any sense of security as where you're gonna land, as what is your job gonna be like, or where you should focus on. Let's address that. Let's address that by talking about the concept that we have made and that we're launching. Okay. Now, I'm a visual guy. I hope you guys are no mind. I think this will be better for everybody if we go through it in a visual way. Now, this tool over here, by the way, I'll be continuously telling you different tools that are useful or that you might want to use, is called Excalibur. Excalibur. It's a progressive web app, so I actually have it downloaded as part of. So it looks like it's an actual application, but it's actually run off a browser. Okay. Now, what is love2increase, right? What is the whole idea? Well, the name already says something about it, right? You love to increase. You love to increase what? You love to increase your brain-derived neurotrophic factor, your knowledge, your understanding of things, your ability to navigate and be somebody who is a polymath, right? Now, how are you going to get there? You have basically every day 100 different newsletters, 20 different influencers, 50 different Patreons, I don't know, all telling you how to do it, what to do. And what we're doing here is basically converging all of those things into one. Okay, so from love2increase, I want to make a clear distinction, which is love2increase is a directive, or let's say an initiative that comes from Clinic of AI. Now, you don't know what either of these things are, so let's get into that, okay? Clinic of AI. Let's make that a small one. So, in order for you to understand Clinic of AI, you need to understand what I discussed before, which is Clinic of AI is the result of me understanding. I've always worked as an entrepreneur throughout my whole life. Made my own businesses, was very lucky, had great partners, had a great support network. Actually, networking is, and you know, we have a tendency now, especially now with AI, to isolate ourselves, to try and learn and try and. But I cannot emphasize the importance that it is to know the right people and to know the right avenues and to know, just get out there and be in the real world. Okay. My background is, which isn't something that I keep. I'm not afraid of being doxxed or anything like that. let's go through that before I can tell you why we're doing this and why I'm in the right position to do this. I started right after high school, or let's say right after university. I was lucky enough to get into I took entrepreneurship. I was actually studying at a hospitality university in Switzerland, Lausanne, but my major was in entrepreneurship, and me and a couple of 2 or 3 other guys made an app. Back then, it wasn't like it was today. We made an app, and that app was basically for hotel managers to be able to manage all of their bookings, check-ins, check-outs, amenities, whatever, on their phone. Now, this was back in 2008. No, that's not true. 2018. 2018 when... No. Wait, when did that... ...2007. So this was around 2008. And in 2008 we made this property management systems, what do you call it, so that hoteliers could manage it, their small and medium-sized hotels on their phone. And lo and behold, we were so fast into the market that we got bought out by Datakult, which is perhaps one of the biggest tourist-related behemoths that there is. After that, I got bitten by the. I just wanted to continue doing tech entrepreneurship. In fact, all throughout my university studies, even though I loved it, I loved more the culture of my university than the subject matter until I got into the last year, and the last year was strategy, innovation, and entrepreneurship, which was my specialization. And so I got bitten by the bug. And after that came several different companies, which I'm not going to go through now, maybe some other time. Code Village, Alpha Coders, Cheers, Chainwork, the Code Venture. So all of these were companies that I had started, and some, for example, didn't reach what I wanted to. That's just part of the game. For example, the Code Village, I had everything set up with even with the minister of that district, so that he would actually provide some funds and everything, so that we could bring digital nomads to a specific place in Portugal, where you could basically, it was targeted for high achievers. So during their summer breaks, they could learn a new high demand tech skill, and at the same time they would half of the day learn, the other half of the day they would get embedded with a culture and have fun, go surf, wine tasting, whatever. We had the whole thing set up. Some of these ideas didn't materialize the way that I wanted to, but that's just the way that it is. Fortunately for me, most of the ideas did materialize. So Alpha Coders was very similar to what we're doing now today, which was during the crisis in 2008 as well. 2008, I had a grant by the government which provided 75% of the funds needed for me to develop a quick coding bootcamp. And the quick coding bootcamp was obviously something in the interest of the government, and not only of the government, but back then of Horizon 2020 as a whole, because people were running out of jobs, and there was a very, very, very big gap in terms of like needed skills in companies regarding technology and people that knew the technology. So obviously making a boot camp, this was before you had Iron Forge, you had Iron Clan, you had Code Campers, this was before all of that. So we made this school, and we had basically people do a 13-week course in AngularJS back then. That was what was hot, and a separate stream which was on OutSystems, which is what is considered today to be the low code version of coding back then. And that, for example, worked really well. The Code Venture that came afterwards worked really well too. That was a company that, well, I'm half Swiss, half Portuguese, so I travel back and forth between Zurich and Lisbon a lot. Those are two of my favorite cities. It's a wonderful type of lifestyle to have. Well, the thing about Zurich is that the big companies like Meta, like Disney, like Amazon, lots of them have their engineering cohorts there, their engineering units there. So what happens is that these bigger companies end up by absorbing a lot of the talent that comes out from the universities, and these polymathic universities that we have in Switzerland, like EPFL, ETH. ETH actually was like behind some of the models that we've seen that were open source recently. I forget what were the names, but they're always on top. They have a place called Science City there, and it is an amazing thing to see. It's an amazing thing to watch. And so what happens is that because you've got all these big corporate companies there, they offer anybody that comes out of university like amazing prices, right? Yeah, this is it. Science City in Zurich. It is. I used to jog around here. God, it's a beautiful city, guys. I used to jog around here, and yeah, and sometimes even study from here. Gorgeous. I'm now in Lisbon, so different. So a lot of these big companies, they vacuum up the talent, right? So that startups at the end of the day, they don't have anybody. They don't have CTOs, right? And this was when all the startup buzz started coming up, right? And when the startup buzz started coming up, everybody wanted to make their own company, you know, because that was the narrative. Like, if you're not building your own company, or if you're not following your dreams, you're building somebody else's company. You know, this narrative was pushed so hard at that time that for people that worked in the field, that became almost like a almost like a joke at the end of the day. And so the Code Venture, what we did was we realized that there was a great lack of talent when it came to technological talent in all these quick and nimble and fast growing Swiss startups that needed CTOs. So what we did was we created our own brand, and this was I gotta remind you, like, this is a little bit before, you know, you'd get spammed all the time on LinkedIn for services here and services there, and you know, in Eastern Europe had come in. So what we did back then was we created a brand called the Code Venture, and in the Code Venture we had this whole philosophy, which is we're your new tech founder. It was another way of positioning yourself as basically outsourcing, right, or nearshoring. But what we did that was very different was that we did not only provide let's say outsourcing services, it was the whole package in terms of like the people that we would get, and that we would, because Portugal has also very good engineers, and the margin in terms of price there are very high. And so yeah, it's back in the day. And so we made this brand, and we were first on the scene. So my job was as more than a technical person, more of a strategic person, was to build a brand in Switzerland, in Zurich, and become basically the the go-to brand for everybody that needed services, that needed a CTO. And we grew very fast, mostly through networking, mostly through making and cutting deals with incubators, accelerators, but it was an extremely fulfilling job, because you weren't just putting bums on desks. You were actually working with startups. And back then was the time where Eric Ries had first launched his book about the lean startup, and all of these new concepts came out about move fast and break things and keep iterating, and software is gonna eat up the world. And a lot of these people with these brilliant ideas needed some of that support. So that mixture of strategic support in terms of CTO, and then also programmatic support in terms of delivering, was something that was very valuable. And we built that company up, literally, and not to be, I know that sounds super cliche, but we built it out of my living room, and out of the second year we made our first million, and that was just because we saw the gap, we saw the need, we saw what people really required over there. And so things moved on, and I went to China, lived in China a few years, came back. I built up chain work, which was, as I've said, like, Switzerland has always prided itself in being and the number one innovative country in Europe. So when blockchain arrived on the scene, that was no different. We had the blockchain valley in Zug, but me and two other partners, we made Chainwork, which was in Zurich, which was the biggest co-working slash innovation accelerator hub that there was for blockchain technologies. And it still exists nowadays. It's right dead center in the middle of Zurich. One of my big prides, together with a code venture, and yeah, again, the use of the ecosystem of the network, of strategic thinking, of understanding how to build companies up, and understanding what are, how to get something running off from the ground when you don't really have kind of a textbook to tell you what to do. These were all things that were present until COVID came along. COVID kind of put a dent in that for some time. Two of our main founders, we made ourselves redundant and hired somebody else to look over it, and I got at the same time tapped by Crayon, which is Microsoft's golden AI and ML partner. So basically they're vendors for Microsoft. Microsoft creates the technologies, and then Crayon is Microsoft's biggest vendor in terms of going to clients and implementing these technologies. And those technologies have spanned from way back when we were talking about Microsoft 365 and implementing that, and then governments, and then cloud migration, and until they decided they wanted to do an AI. They wanted to move into AI and ML. The problem there was that Crayon didn't have any experience in AI and ML, and so I got tapped, and they asked me if I wanted to build up the hub for AI and ML in Crayon Switzerland AG. And I responded honestly that I had no experience in artificial intelligence. I wasn't programming in PyTorch or doing any machine learning or anything like that. We were actually at that time building together with some other partners of Chainwork. We were building a software which was a core banking engine, so that we would help banks open sandboxes so that other people could make apps easier that would deliver user experiences better, or new functionalities to what they already had. Mind you, banks are running mostly on Cobalt, so they needed a little bit of a lift up. And on that note, so I said, I don't know much, and I haven't ever, and they said, well, but we don't either, and what we need is somebody that has experience in learning fast, building up, and creating that hub, rather than somebody that has experience in programming. And that is the first, I think, the first whiff that you get about the importance of or the difference of a knowledge economy and an allocation economy. So I said yes. I'll take it. And as I took it, of course, I took courses, and I learned as much as I could about artificial intelligence, machine learning. And back then, this was artificial intelligence and machine learning in the way that it was, and that They were separated as completely different criteria. Again, you had computer vision was one specialization. The other specialization was digital insights, natural language processing, and AI platforms. That they were all different areas of study, and when they merged, they took a long time to merge, or it wasn't one epistemology, ontology. It wasn't one way of doing things. It was completely separate departments. And so I took that job, and I became after, let's say, after 15 plus years of being a tech entrepreneur, and that doesn't mean they're always successful. I got lucky, but not all of them were successful. And I'm very open to talk about all the experiences, and I think that is actually one of the crucial things that needs to be more transparent in the kind of like narrative that we live in, where success is success and productivity at all costs is valued. It kind of gives us a blind spot in order to be able to see where are the things where we can improve on, where are the things we can get better on. After that, so after those 15 years, I got the position of head of data and AI at one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. And my job there was basically to build their whole AI operation, which didn't exist. And that for me was the most interesting part of the whole thing. During the nights, I would study everything I could about data insights or computer vision, natural language processing, how each of them works. And at the same time, I would have to study all of the different verticals, all of the different industries, to understand how each of these different case studies that I saw in each of those technological compartments would apply in the workflow or a value chain of a company, whether it was financial or whether it was a banking, financial, agriculture, manufacturing. You would need to be able to learn enough about each of those industries up to the level that you could talk the same language and understand, and help the customer uncover what are the case studies that make most sense. Now, usually you'd go in there and you'd know already more or less what you want to get out, right? And the process would be one of helping the customer get to that conclusion by himself, by inspiring him, by talking about different projects that you've made that were similar to his. Either way, that was an incredibly meaningful experience, because it forced me to learn the basics and learn the verticals in a way which nowadays is no longer necessary, in a way that nowadays you're not you don't need to know those things. And for example, sometimes when we're talking about what product we're going to make, for me it's easy to understand exactly what product should be made, because I just think, what is the biggest underserved meaningful problem that is scalable and is something that is can cross-pollinate across different industries. And so that was a very important part. But something changed everything. When OpenAI dropped ChatGPT 2, sorry. And we had a first look at how it is to communicate directly with an LLM. The way that they had made it, the way that they had brought in human reinforcement learning into it, it changed a lot. First of all, selling AI as a vendor was something that didn't make sense, because vendors that has worked for Microsoft or have worked for, let's say, Azure and GCP and AWS, they have sold different types of products, but not AI. The products that they have sold are products which they're typical sales products. They're products like, they're products basically like, again, licensing products or governance products, or cloud migration products, or but these are that's like, how does it work? Everybody's wants to sit down and have a salad with you and talk about Skynet, but at the end of the day, what you suffer is that if you're building a business hub and you're responsible now for a team of 250 people that are serving the DACH region, and your sales funnel is something that works like this. Where these people have awareness, these people have this is a general sales funnel. Research, consider comparison, interest, action. Now, back to what I was saying, all the other products that vendors usually sell for AWS, for GCP, for Azure, they know exactly when their contract is expiring, and they know how to keep in touch, and they know how to pick them up for dinner and then sell it again. But when it comes to AI, it's a completely different beast. It's like going to the doctor, right? You go to the doctor, and the doctor has to make a full analysis of you. And he has to make a full analysis of you to see if there's any way or anywhere where you can benefit from AI. But the problem is, as I've said, everybody can benefit from AI. So the reality of the situation comes back to the fact that there exists a paradigm shift where everybody is kind of waiting and seeing how this thing develops, and nobody wants to take the first step because, you know, the first step means a sandbox experiment. Back then in a corporate culture, a sandbox experiment of 250k, and those 250k might lead to a project that, you know, is great, and then, you know, warrants them hiring their own AI team in-house. But it might also mean that it actually didn't work. So a lot of what I was receiving, or a lot of what I was getting, was people that were coming at an awareness stage, that they just wanted to learn about AI. And I didn't like that, because to get them from here to here, I knew that we're talking about 5 stages, and we were right there still at the first stage of a paradigm shift. Now, this is don't confuse sales funnel for the theory of a paradigm shift, but they do come hand in hand, you know. And so I had while I was at Crayon, I got very well along with my boss, and I put it to him that if I could see the smaller, nimbler players doing things in a smarter way, which was that they were using AI itself, or they were, you know, positioning their whole companies in a much faster way, so that they would attract people that already had basically an interest or action. So they would already have products, or they would have some sort of communication. But here we're dealing with a company that has around 8,000 people worldwide and is listed in NASDAQ. So, I mean, it's like basically, in other words, what we call now, if you're an entrepreneur, that comes in a direct conflict with your way of operating, because you see, you understand, and immediately you take action. It's all about timing. It's all about finding the right moment and the right opportunity and taking action on it. And when we're talking about these big companies, like, they move very slowly. In fact, they are still moving slowly. I'll give you an example. Look at how even the biggest players like Microsoft, now I'm not even talking about vendors, but the actual providers like Microsoft and Meta a little bit less. Meta is a case of its own. But the way that they have not understood exactly how to sell and how to create and how to productize and how to make a scalable thing out of artificial intelligence and generative AI and LLMs. when you see Satya Nadella coming on stage, he comes out with a black robot, and he talks about how magnificent it is and all the things that it can do and all the things that it is able to do that previously people had to do. And the problem with that is that I think there is this dissonance that people don't understand, or that many of these companies didn't understand, which is stop selling AI, start selling solutions to problems. Because first of all, that's marketing and sales 101. And secondly, nobody wants to buy AI. AI is not a solution for a specific problem. So what you want to do is you want to abstract AI into products which are meaningful to people which have real problems, and you want to make around that abstraction a solution for it. And that is what you want to sell. And you want to sell it, and you want to target it to the people that need it. And you talk to them in first principles way, so that it is something that is obvious. The part of the AI is almost unnecessary. But the reality is that I think there's a little bit of a pissing contest over here. And I understand as well, it's like part of our human imperative of evolution that we continue to evolve, and we continue to move forward, you know. Movement is humanity, you know, like the opposite of humanity, like what made humanity, what made us is boredom. Whenever there's boredom, we don't deal with that. There needs to be movement, but it's not well thought out. Not well thought out at all, because when I talk to this guy over here, I don't want to talk about AI. I want to talk about this person here. Let's say, for example, we're talking about a case study, and it's maybe somebody who owns a manufacturing plant, and he needs some way to cut costs because he's under a lot of pressure from the board of directors, right? Now, like, he can go and think about AI, but he thinks about all the risks, he thinks about all the ambiguity, he thinks about all the novelty, and you know, it's not something that's, you know, straight up and set up well yet, so it's not a sale. He researches, he goes in a completely different direction. Now, what if you would turn the matter and you would switch the tables, and you would say, okay, let's focus on 3 or 4 different problem statements. And one of the problem statements could be, we help manufacturing plants become modernize themselves, modernize by increasing efficiency, decreasing costs, using you wouldn't get too much about the AI, you would say using computer vision and using using optimized printing designs with the help of artificial intelligence. Boom. Then you have something, you have a 3 or 4 different problem statements. And one of the problem statements could be, we help manufacturing plants become modernize themselves, modernize by increasing efficiency, decreasing costs, using you wouldn't get too much about the AI, you would say using computer vision and using optimized printing designs with the help of artificial intelligence. Boom. Then you that you can directly target a person with. Then you have something that you can directly target somebody that has a problem. Another example, energy. We were crossing this whole energy winter, as they call it. And during this energy winter, we didn't know because we put off all of our nuclear power plants, and Russia was closing the pipes to Germany. So we didn't know what to do. And if you would choose, for example, and say, make a statement and make just one targeted niche and say, we focus on increasing the efficiency in energy grids so that they are more cost effective, and we increase or we optimize the delivery of energy so that, you know, think of something that's related to energy. That is where you sell. You don't sell AI. AI is a very important technology. But that's what it is. It's a technology, it's not a product. And so that was a long, very, very long explanation. And I wanted to preface everything with that explanation because when I saw ChatGPT coming out, and I already knew that, you know, we had these sorts of problems, and I was in talks with corporate trying to change things actively, and they were open, but you know, one day you're talking about a solution, the other day you're talking about what's the name of the solution, and it takes 5 hours. It just didn't work. And at the same time, I was experiencing exactly that momentum that I talked about before, that suddenly, wait, I want to take a break before I talk about that. All right. Where was I? All right. Back then, it was exactly when I saw the wondrous and all the talent that was going into exploring these large language models, the transformation models and what they brought, and the Cambrian explosion of tools was unprecedented, and the way people just threw themselves at it in Discord without any requirement or without any necessity, without any, not to monetize, but out of pure wonder, pure curiosity, was something that I had never actually seen before. It was something new to me. And in the midst of studying in the MIT data engineering course and doing my job full time, I was immersed in these Discord deep purple Disneyland-like Discordian channels, and I saw people do the most creative, magnificent things with technology. It brought a spark back. It felt like flower power in the late 60s, early 70s, I think. But to technology, it felt like a movement, and I couldn't help it. And I would do days which I was working all day at the office and doing my job, and doing the course after 6 o'clock. Let's say I'd start doing the course and or continue doing my coursework and studying, and then after midnight I'd jump into Discord channels and I'd stay there until 6 o'clock in the morning, or like 5:30, and I'd go down into the office showers, take a shower. I would have like some clean shirts there, and I'd go back up to pretend that I had just arrived from a restful morning of sleep. So it wasn't long until I understood I needed to make a switch. If you're an entrepreneur, and if you ever ask yourself the question, which is one of the most common questions I get or have gotten as a mentor or as a judge in panels of the past, in accelerators or incubators or whatever, is how do I know when is the right moment? Because it's always risk and reward. You're always, it's always give and take. Are you gonna leave your corporate job, the comfort, the security, and go for the dream? When do you know it's the right time? Is there ever a right timing? Well, there is. And the right timing is when you feel it in your gut, when you know that there is nothing else you can do, when you know that you're working on something else, but you're still thinking of the other thing. That's the time when you need a jump. That's the time where an entrepreneur knows it's time for him to build something else, for him to move on, for him to pack his bags and embrace another set of risk again. Now, not everybody is comfortable with risk, and that is totally normal. Most entrepreneurs are. They are people which are inherently just the zone of uncertainty is their playing ground. But the reality is that no entrepreneur that makes it very far has that trait, but does not have somebody behind him who's a conscientious person. That's very important to take in mind, and I just wanted to highlight that so that as a footnote. Either way, so let's go back to this. This is me, and let's just take all this out of the equation over here. Okay, let's do a quick recap. Okay. Now, instead of just, I'm probably gonna cut all that part out. It was very important for me when I joined this whole movement that was happening on Discord. I wanted to make it something different. How did I make it something different? Well, first of all, I put my name and my face to what I was doing. This was after all those rug pulls and all those NFT scams, and a lot of stuff had happened in the crypto space, which left a lot of people dubious, and just there was lack of trust online. It was extremely difficult to find trustworthy people or people that you could bank on, or it was extremely difficult to find people that would lend you their trust if you needed it. And so I decided right then to say, okay, I'm going to build a company that's going to be based on Discord, that is going to look at all of this amazing talent, which is right now selling meth recipes that are jailbreaks for $5 a piece, which was absolutely ridiculous. But the people that were doing it were so talented, they just didn't have the business acumen to understand or to see how they could use what they were doing in a broader scale, in a scale that helped people, in a scale that would actually solve problems that people have recurrently on their everyday life. And to do that, it sounded, I knew right from the beginning, it sounded like a charlatan idea. So I said, okay, after being a while and quite well integrated into these forums, into these groups, and knowing people and creating and establishing a strong network. I said, here's my face, here's who I am, and this is the company that I'm gonna make, and it's an LLC. It's off-chain. It's a real company. Everything that goes in, that goes out, every contract, every single thing that gets decided on, everything, there's no DAO, there's no rug pull, there's no doubt. Everything is accounted for, and I'm liable for it, and there's a jurisdiction to it. And that was of an important part to creating what then became Clinic of AI. Now, Clinic of AI was and is and has a special place in my heart, because it completely turned on its head the way that the bigger companies were selling and creating products for AI, in the sense that sorry boys, I need to put this up a little bit. That's right. Before I continue, so Clinic of AI. The name I don't know, it just came to me. Actually, I think it was inspired. I was at a clinic, and I liked their branding, and that's where it came from. But it also came from the idea that I had in the past, which was creating boot camps, and boot camps were always related to this like army approach where you learn to code fast and take no prisoners. And I thought of AI something much more that needs to be approached surgically. And so we created Clinic of AI. Now, Now, Clinic of AI was interesting because there was this moment where I called there was this moment where I called somebody that was a sales intelligence agency, and I said, hey, I'm opening up a generative AI agency, and we're making products for different verticals. And they asked me, so okay, what's your product? And it was at that moment where I had this kind of like suspended period where I thought, what? That doesn't make sense. You're the sales. You have all the information on the benchmarks, on the sales, on the conversions. It doesn't, like, we don't build products like we used to build products a year or two ago, where they used to take a year or two. It takes me 2 to 3 guys, and it takes me 2 to 3 weeks to build a product. So why aren't you, as the sales intelligence, as the data company, telling me which market and which problem, which industry to focus on? And that was I think what you would call the light bulb aha moment that gave birth to Clinic of AI. I knew already that this was something that had to be changed. As I explained before over here, the way that vendors were doing things, which was akin of selling microwaves in the 70s, it was unsustainable, and it was never gonna lead anywhere. So I knew right then, right there, okay, they don't understand it either yet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build a company that actually creates products that creates bumps. And what do I call bumps? What are bumps exactly? Bumps at the end of the day, it's just a nice, interesting, funny way of saying problems to be solved. It's an acronym that stands for yeah. So after all that time of spending over here learning the intricacies of data engineering, of computer vision, of data platforms, natural language processing, of the finance industry, of manufacturing processing industry, of the workflow of the agricultural industry, of all of those things. I had a sense already for where were the case studies that generative AI could have a huge impact on and would cost little to almost none to make and would have a huge difference for all of those people that are currently being underserved. Which is the other part that the vendors missed. Now, if you imagine you have a curve of adoption of AI. That's more like it. Yeah, the curve of adoption of AI. You gotta think about it like this. Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, basically all of the players. They're making products. And for you to be able to use those products, you need to take their certifications. And for you to be able to take their certifications, you need to go through their whole process, and you need a partner. So that then you can go and you can take that and you can sell it. And you can sell it to maybe, let's say for example, BMW, 1 million project there to increase their production of EVs, which they have to put which they have to speed up on because they're lagging behind when it comes to EVs, or Siemens, which wants to go more into the line of sensors, or let's talk about something not technological. Now, The interesting thing is each of these projects, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that the vendors are interested in them, and that the whole strategies that the providers are making whenever they start their quarterly is based on making beacon projects for these types of institutions, organizations, companies, what have you. It's because they're always, you know, I'm throwing ballpark figures here, but 250K. Well, let's say the following. Reality is, you start with a guy that works at manufacturing, which you know, and you know that the procurement department doesn't allow him to sign off on anything that's bigger than 25,000. So you make him a project which is worth less than 25,000 so that he can sign off on. And from that project, basically then, if it proves good, you have your foot in the door in that company, and you do a $250,000 project for that company as a sandbox project, and that turns into $1 million project or a couple of millions. So vendors are working like this, and they're working in line with account managers, which are specialists in verticals, and they all know each other. And I mean, it makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but the thing about generative AI that was so beautiful was that this accounts, although for a large sum of money, it accounts for 15% of the market. Now, the question I'm putting here, or what I'm trying, or the point in question here is, who's focusing on the other 85%? So over here, all over here, these are the 85%. Now, just to make it clear in case you didn't understand, this here is volume, And this here is adoption. Alright, now you're getting a picture. Okay, so if all the vendors, the providers, if everybody's focused on those 15%, who is focused on the other 85%? Now let me give you a couple examples. Okay, here. Now, to be honest with you, the curves here are much longer in terms of adoption. It's something much more like this. There. And there came my point when I noticed and I made that phone call to that lady. And I asked her, I'm starting an AI agency. You're a sales intelligence agency. How can we work together? And she asked me, well, what's your product? Then immediately it was obvious to me, well, no. That's not the way it works anymore, because the way that it works is the data is much more important than the cost, or is much more valuable than the cost of making something when you have so many tools, when you have LLMs, when you have so much ease of access to what used to be walled garden before. Give me a second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Alright, back to where we were. So clinical AI was obviously suddenly coming here, and we made loads of products which represent different bumps. For the pizzeria, what ingredients do they need? At what quantity and at what time? Now, the thing about this is sure, it's not a 25K project. It's something you sell to a pizzeria. At, maybe $19. If you make it a good real-time progressive web app. But we're in the age of AI. And in the age of AI, things changed significantly. How? Well, to give you the easiest example, one of the things that always bothered me about AI was how people talked about it, but the way that they talked about it was as if it was something that was going to change whatever was happening, but the people talking about it never actually used it to change what they themselves were doing. This is the classical, YouTuber influencer that talks about AI and tells you about the new best model, and that's all he does. But did he ever think about how AI can change the way he completely delivers his content. Yeah, well, now, during the second and third paradigm shift, you'll start to see that. But the amount of time that it took for us to get there is incredible. You want to get to the person that's right here at the action? You want to get there? Well, one of the ways that was immediately, not immediately, but for those paying attention was obvious, was multi-agentic workflows. So take an example. The best part of it is some of the people that were behind testing and developing these tools are sitting in the board of my team right now, and it's something I'm very proud of. What you have here is multiple artificial intelligences, multiple models, if you want to call it like that. So let's say you have just an example. This is not actually how MetaGPT works, but it'll give you an example. Now let's say that we're Now the first agent, let me see if I can get a drawing of an agent over here somewhere. There you go. Now this is one of the simplest kind of agentic workflows. Let me finish it out, see if you can get it. Proxy 2, LinkedIn, other social media, and this one. Okay, so we got proxy 1, proxy 2, proxy 3. You know what, let's just throw in a proxy 4 there. Say the proxy 4 does a sensory analysis. And in that sensory analysis, okay. So imagine this. They're trying to sell out these special products that Microsoft, or let's say Azure, AWS, and all of the others are making to be beacon projects of the year, right? And they include very sophisticated technologies. Now the vendors then start preparing to get those technologies and sell those technologies, right? And this is, as I've explained before, if it works out, like this would be a potential thing, but it has no guarantees that it actually works for the company, and that's why so much doubt was always part of this awareness stage that we used to work with them with. But now let's say it differently. Let's say I'm looking for the pizzeria guy. I'm using a multi-agentic workflow. Now imagine multi-agentic workflow that I repurpose them as crawlers, so they crawl the internet. And if I repurpose them as crawlers so they crawl the internet, that means basically that one of them, there's a boss, right, that tells them exactly what they're looking for. So we're trying to look for the pizzeria guy, pizzeria manager, because we want to get in contact with them. I can even make this. Alright, now look at this workflow. The boss tells in a multi-agentic workflow to look for pizzerias. Okay? Now, it's not an easy task, but if you connect yourself to the Gmaps API, the Matrix API, you can pretty much get an overview of the pizzeria restaurants around you, or anywhere for that matter. There's no limit. Now, you want, of course, then once you identify the pizzeria, to identify who's the owner of the pizzeria, who's the manager, who's the stakeholder that you want to get in touch with. And once you have that, which is what the second agent does, is you want to make sure that if they have a website, because you want to know either you're going to contact them through social media or through a contact which is on their website, if they have a website. If not, you also want to make sure that they are people which are active or actually have intent or are feeling the pain points. So you're running a sensory analysis on these people and what they're writing. And these are all independent agents doing their own thing, but at the end of the day, recollecting the information and passing it back to the boss. And the boss then retrieves and corrects the information if he sees something that's not wrong. He scores them on the GDoc to see which one is the what are the hundreds and maybe thousands of pizzerias that are interested in something as simple as helping them find out what ingredients they need at what time and at what quantity so that they decrease their food wastage. So this is a direct gain, right? And I'm asking $19 for that. It's not a 25K project. It's something you sell to a pizzeria. But how many pizzerias do you think they're gonna We're talking about multimodal autonomous agents that run without stopping, so that every morning that you wake up, not only do you have the perfect stakeholder to sell to, but you already have one agent which has approached them with the right DM or the right email. And this is all, of course, you program this, right? So all of a sudden, let's say we find instead of 250,000K at 250,000K sandbox experiment, we find 250,000 pizzerias which are interested. And we know they're interested because we found out their pizzerias, we found out who is the right stakeholder, so we're directly talking to the right person. We're not trying to go through the bureaucracies of any company. We can directly find out who is the person that we need to talk to. If the social media approach doesn't work, we go look at the website, we go look at what the rich information in the Google API matrix says, and we have a sensory analysis as well, so we know what exactly what he's feeling, what his problem is, how big is it, and so you have a very good idea about this person over here. And yeah, you find out it's 250,000 pizzerias that are interesting and autonomously your agents are contacting them and selling a $19 product, which when you sell, you will provide the right lead magnet to show them that what they're investing is lower than their return. So it's a pretty no-brainer for these guys, and that's why they say the people at this stage over here now, if you go through Google Ads, you're talking about the research stage, right? So that's it's like 1.5% conversion, depending, of course, on all the variables that you. But just so you see the difference, that would mean here you got 20 times 19. Times 0.25 times 0.25% conversion rate, because we only target the ones in action. production stage, and that equals so. The difference, we're both making $1 million, but do you know how long it takes to make this product? Generative AI. If you smack on a nice progressive web app, maybe you have something that takes 1 week. Two people. And there was where the epiphany was born. We can make products that we know, and they're so easy. They're so easy to point out what are the big underserved meaningful problems to be solved. I mean, I give you an example of the pizzeria, of the F&B manager. It could be somebody who is in retail, who has to do the schedule. The F&B manager has to do the schedule. The person who is, owner of a restaurant has to do the scheduling. That could be also on event management. That could be another thing. And all of these things, they take almost no time to make. And like this is how we made our business. And we never talked about AI. We talked about meaningful problems to be solved. And there are an endless amount. We have lists that don't stop. The problem is,
And from this,
Now, interestingly, what I want to point out is but anyway, I think you got the gist of it, right? And let me show you a little bit around. And that's where the there you go. This is us. To work on that. Sorry, I've been silent for a while. Just trying to regain some energy over here. Now let's talk about here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick shower, see if I can wake up. And then I want to talk about this.
Well, there's a will, there's a way, kinda beautiful. And every night has a state so magical. And if there's love in this life, there's no obstacle that can't be defeated. For every tyrant to tear for the vulnerable. In every loss, all the bones of a miracle. For every dreamer, a dream we're unstoppable. With something to believe in. Monday left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. Thank the stars it's Friday. I'm burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around. We are one of a kind, irreplaceable. How did I get so blind and so cynical? If there's love in this life, we're unstoppable. No, we can't be defeated. Monday left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms were open. Thursday waiting for love, waiting for love. Thank the stars it's Friday. I'm burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. Guess I won't be coming to church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love, waiting for love to come around.
Alright, quick break.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. Down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night, got this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. Give you one more night, got this.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back.
So that's the word.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do and there's nothing to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now. Get up, go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. Things have got to change.
How many stations does this go out?
You've got to get mad.
67.
You've got to say,
I know it goes to Louisville and Atlanta.
I'm not going to take this anymore. Then we'll figure out what to do about the depression and the inflation and the oil crisis. But first, get up out of your chairs, open the window, stick your head out and yell, and say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Who are you talking to, man? Are they yelling in Atlanta?
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Ted?
But first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
They're yelling in Baton Rouge.
Get up, get up, get up out of your...
We struck the mother lode!
Stick your head out the window, open it, and stick your head out and keep yelling and yell, I'm as mad as hell, I'm not going to take this anymore. Just get up from your chair right now. Go to
Where
the
you
window.
going? I want to see if anybody's yelling.
Open it and stick your head out and yell and keep yelling. I'm mad as hell! I'm not going to take this anymore!
I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take it anymore! I'm not gonna take it anymore! I'm mad as hell! I'm mad as
Hello. Testing. Testing. Give me 2 more minutes. And I'll be right back. Okay, 1, 2, 2. Okie dokie. Alright, before I continue, gonna let everybody have a small recap. And at the same time, check this out. Trying something new over here. Okay, I don't know how that works. Screw it. Something with a coffee. Alright. 2 seconds and we get back to it. Hello again, ladies, gentlemen, non-binaries, everybody. How's our lighting doing? Good? Alright. Remembering everybody, this is our first stream, my first stream. And I hope it's been fruitful until now. And I wanna leave where we last left off. So before that, we're gonna need something to pump some juice into our veins. What about that? Okay, I'll do that. Oh, it's okay. No, maybe not. Alright. Rinka-dinka is You know what? Let his label sue me. It's okay. I know him. I had the pleasure of meeting him live after a concert. And speaking of pleasures of meeting, let me try something over here that I haven't tried before. Enable dual output, that's not it. Hold on with me. There we go. Source. Source. Alright. Okay. Okay. Where should we go? Okay, now. Let me see how this works out. Before we continue, boys, just really want to check this out. This collab cam thing seems pretty interesting. Whoo! All right. A little bit too strong. Yeah. A little bit too strong. I'll change it, don't worry. What are you feeling like? We're feeling like something a little bit more chill, huh? Alright. Let's go. Alright. Let's put this back on. Just noticing a little bug over here. Give me a second. What's going on? Okay, got it. There we go.
It's a twisted game we play, love and hate in a tangled sway. Every word, every fight, there's a spark in the dead of night. Caught between the lines we draw, your sharp edges, my fatal flaw. You're the one I shouldn't crave, but it's a thrill I can't escape. I've got a crush on my enemy, caught in a web of sweet agony. Heart's a battlefield, but I can't break free.
Okay.
I've got a crush on my enemy.
Yeah.
Every time you look my way, there's a fire I can't delay. Enemies in the light of day, but in the dark I want you to stay. Your touch is all forbidden flame, a dangerous kiss in this deadly game. Opposites that attract too strong. In this love, where do we belong? I've got a crush on my enemy.
Alright, so I can recap back. Must check. Still something seems off. Yeah, okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're ready to go? Ready to run? Okay, it's 8:25. I'm gonna put that here. 8:25. Love to increase, baby. Alright. I think we did a pretty good job at covering most of the stuff. Related over here. Let's put some of this brightness a bit up. To give everybody a pretty good idea of where we are right now. Alright, so from the Clinic of AI, we started investing in bumps, big underserved, meaningful problems to be solved. Well, you know what? It's been an hour of break, so I'm going to give everybody a real quick recap. Or at least as best as I can. Back to your future as an AI architect. Now, quick recap. Clinic of AI LLC, founded in London. It's a limited company, off-chain. Right after my experience at Crayon as head of data and AI of the group, in which I had the privilege to have a lot of experience in learning both, let's say, the 4 big quadrants of what used to be traditional AI back then, which was data platforms, data insights, computer vision, and natural language processing. And this was all before OpenAI dropped ChatGPT-2 on top of everybody, unannounced, so that people had a glimpse of what DeepMind, it wasn't even the transformer models didn't even come from OpenAI, they came from DeepMind, which is a company that now belongs to Google and is running all of their AI department right now. Since I think they put them in charge of a Google Assistant as well. So now that's why you have Gemini as your Google Assistant if you're running on Android. Definitely suggest that you upgrade to 1.5 Gemini. It's really good. Fantastic in needle and haystack. So it has a token context window which is uncomparable in size, and a memory which is also incomparable. It's almost like you're making a large language model from a context window itself. You can put a full Francis Coppola movie in it and ask when does he eat the apple and it'll find it. So back to my point. After all these realizations, which were a result of basically the work that I was doing at Crayon, as learning these 4 quadrants the best that I could as a data engineer, and at the same time exploring the different verticals, industries, manufacturing, agriculture, all of them, and understanding their workflows so I could help whichever client I would pursue next, or would come up, or would be in our pipeline. Try turning this off. I also was at the same time exploring the deep depths of Discord. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I started seeing how fast things were moving and how slow a corporate company the size of Crayon was accompanying this great shift, and the mass of talent that was available on Discord, and how it was just laying idle. So it was a pretty obvious next step, after understanding how a multi-agent workflow could surpass the usual outbound methods, or inbound methods actually, and also think about a different way to do outbound, right? And I want to talk about that really quickly because even though a multi-agentic workflow is considered to be the best working system right now, in the long run, that's not going to be the case. Content is king. Some people think is an old adage. Is not that old after all. And here we're going to get into why. Okay, let me just put this on the side for a second. Okay. Let's talk about why these companies were failing when it came to do inbound marketing. All right. So a company like the one I worked with, which was a multinational and had a huge turnover because most of the salespeople were not able to meet their quotas. We're also suffering from something else. And that is a very slow way, or let's say a way that, again, did not understand how to use artificial intelligence, not only as a product to sell, but fundamentally as something that could change the way the company operated. And this was around the time where even McKinsey, which usually is late on things, was already doubting the way that companies were operating when it comes to B2B. And that is exactly what I want to get into. Now, how do you make an effective B2B strategy was in terms of inbound, right? So if you've got a multi-agentic workflow system working the outbound here autonomously 24/7, you also want, at the end of the day, a very strong inbound system, so that you're getting leads in, even though you're not using this method over here, which I've described. You're not using this method over here, which I described. Which is crucial because, as you can see, and I've explained in the numbers, it makes a complete difference. And just that was enough to be aware that there's reason enough to make your own company. But there was also a second part, right? And that second part is about everything that is inbound. So, all right, Let's start this again. So, after being a crayon for that long and realizing the faults that it had, and also having the privilege of being head of data and AI, and also the challenge at the same time that was posed to me, which was to understand how computer vision worked, how data insight worked, how data platforms worked, how natural language processing worked, and how each of these technologies could contribute to different verticals, and each different vertical has its own value chain and its own workflow. So you need to learn them independently. You need to know the jargon. You need to know how to talk to the people in those businesses. Even though that was a super hard challenge, it was a very important part in forming what would then be the decision to make, again, my own company. And one of them was, while I was diving deep after midnight into agentic workflows and how they worked, and realizing that I didn't need to spend time doing bookings and doing meetings and having salads with people who were in an awareness stage, but that we could actually build a system based on, back then, one of my favorite examples was MetaGPT, but it all came from a community which was called Auto AGI, which was also where people were testing and playing and tinkering with Baby AGI, Camel, and a lot of other agentals. So all of this knowledge quickly made me realize, okay, well, if we have agents looking at the right things, right? And if we know that agents have the potential to do stuff like tool calling, right? Where you have them basically use something different. For example, if agent over here, proxy number 2 in LinkedIn, and is finding difficulties in entering LinkedIn to get the information that the boss over here has asked it to get, which is the perfect customer for the example that I gave. The agent has the ability to do something called tool calling, right? And that you can build in it. So essentially you could build agent workflows which would give you exactly the right person that you needed, which was already at an action stage, which has a 25% conversion rate, which meant that if we use that approach and we run these autonomously 24/7 and have Proxy 5 approached them with an automated DM based on first principles, something that sounds natural, that instead of looking at the 15%, which most vendors were looking at, we could target the ones which were at the long tail of AI adoption. And those that are the long tail of AI adoption, although you can't sell a sandbox experiment for 250K, you can sell pizzerias and restaurants, something that helps an application built based on generative AI that takes half of the time and half of the people and costs around, we could price it around $19 and sell like that as a progressive web app. And if you think that we do that and we find out, okay, yeah, sure, it's way less than 250K as a starter, right? Or 25. It doesn't matter, because what you have over here is a system that's running autonomously and is collecting these guys and collecting all of these leads in a sheet every day and without stopping. And so you get hundreds and thousands of leads at the end of people that have gone through this process. They are pizzerias because you use Gmaps API matrix. You use the second proxy, which is looking at the people or that company in LinkedIn and other social medias to find out who's behind them. You look at their website and look at their contacts. You made sensory analysis, and you have a final agent, which after the boss basically scores which ones are the most appropriate leads to follow up on first in order. He approaches them with a private, personal, first principles DM. And that meant that even though you would sell at $19, and it sounds like it's small in terms of monetary volume, but the reality is that the amount of pizzerias that you can find, as an example, worldwide are 250,000 pizzerias, all right? And if you consider that you're selling at $19 and you've ran all those agents, so you know they have intent and that there's 25% chance of them converting, then you're reaching 1 million. And 1,187,500 for a product that took 1 week and 2 people to make. So that was the new reality that I was faced right away. And that was perhaps the first signal, okay, it's time to move on. Second signal was this. Now, this actually was something that we started it very early on, before there was any Opus, before there was any Streamlabs, before there was any other app like that did this sort of thing. We were using basic AI automation tools to help us in automating the full process of inbound. So basically what that meant is that we would have content all the time. We called it the content cast. At that time, it was really hard to get people to understand what was it all about and how did it work. We had to investigate a lot of things, like how to have rotating proxies, wet cookies, creating APIs directly, all of these. This is basically scraping. It's a gray area as far as you can say. It's a gray area nowadays because all companies are operating in gray areas. Facebook is operating in a gray area. Your data is in a gray area. So in the content cast, what we did was something very, very simple. Basically, everything that we said, this was a rule, was never to be repeated twice. So everything, every conclusion, every discussion, every roundtable that we had was eventually something that would be turned into content. And to do that, we just had to record everything. And run it through a process that was made on make.com or in N8N or any of the easier platforms. Nowadays, you have this all automated in one platform. You can just buy a system that does it for you. But back then, you didn't have that. So, for example, in Content Cast, we would have discussions 3 times a week where we talk about the products we're doing, or we talk about the news, or we talk about or we platform somebody else, and all that different content would go to YouTube, to Instagram, to Facebook, to LinkedIn, or to different forums. And the idea behind the Content Cast was not only that it you don't repeat everything twice, it's that you take content which is useful, which otherwise is lost to the nethers, and you repurpose it, and you basically manage to channel it to whatever other channel of social media you have. So, for example, we could turn video, which was usually what we'd start with, a video discussion 3 times a week on events, and those video discussions would usually then span out to become discussions about, general AI or other things, many times philosophical topics. And that, at the end, what happened was we would take that, and through our AI automation, we would basically repurpose that content, and we would have, for example, a whisper model based on Grok to make it cheaper, to transcribe it, and to transcribe it into different languages, and to then prompt it so that it is reconstructed so that it is appropriate to the right pages, so that we could then spread it out through LinkedIn, spread it out through Facebook, spread it out through, and it could be a short, it could be a picture with a caption, it could be a whole blog post, but it would always be based on the same initial original content. And that was something that became really clear to me right away from the bat, was that every conversation that you're having is potentially a conversation that can be monetized, or in one way or another can be used so that you can be everywhere, always, at any time. And that's what we did. We built the content cast, and for example, now I've switched and we're doing streaming, as you can see, like 24/7, and that's a decision that goes beyond any monetary consideration. But yeah, Content Cast worked like that. It basically turned all of the content that we had originally, and turned all the content that we had originally, and then it repurposed it to the right social media channels, so that we could be present at every place. And nowadays you got Opus, you got Veeam, you got countless amounts of apps. Even the app I'm using right now is sort of doing that in terms of video. Yeah, and so by having the content cast bring in all these inbound leads constantly, we would obviously have a smart way of targeting it. But for example, we know what type of content is to be posted on LinkedIn, and the prompt in our AI automation system would reflect that. In Facebook, we would have a similar system. In Instagram, we would know that it needs to be transcribed first into writing, and then we would need to have a prompt to create an image on DALL-E, for example, and that prompt would have to be a variable. So the prompt would say, make a prompt based on X variable, and it would do it like that. And we got it to the point where it would almost post by itself, but we always found that we wanted a human in the middle to make sure that the brand consistency, to make sure that the voice was there, to make sure that we were not saying anything that didn't align with our values. And so that, together with not only the multi-agentic workflow, but an outreach system, an outbound system that included, all the basics: LinkedIn, Phantom Buster, Apollo, and there's a lot of others over here that I'm not listing. But AI voice calling is something that we have as well, thanks to Synthflow, who have been doing a great job, and big up to them. But also, Crew AI Scraper, which is fantastic. From all of this, we would bring new leads into our homepage if they came from the content cast. If they came from something that has been outreached, then we know that it has been outreached and it has been directed at exactly the target person that we want to sell something to. So never sell AI, sell problems to solutions to problems. It's something one must never forget. And based on that, it would go either to our homepage or to an app page. An app page basically is a page which already knows exactly what your problem is and is very easy to convert. Homepage is somewhere where you can go and you can have a 15-minute discovery call, and we can actually find out what you want, what you need, what is it that needs to be uncovered, unlocked, unblocked in your workflow so that you can scale. And that brought all of that traffic to our website. And on the website, then after that, we would have multiple different ways to automate our workflows on the CRM side, using one of our proprietary systems, which now we also use as a way to sell. All right, I don't want to talk about that anymore. I think we've covered enough about agentic outreach. We've covered enough about and I mean, if you think about this and you know how B2B works traditionally, you can see the differences immediately. And that's it for today. That's it for today when it comes to the history and the path and everything that has gone in to that. I want to take a different take a different day to talk about exactly how love to increase is going to work. And so for now, what we're going to do first of all is we're going to watch a little bit of the news. See what's up. What's happening in AI? And then we can come back to this some other time. So it's Monday. What we're gonna do is gonna check out what's up with the news. Now, what I like to do every day in the morning after my coffee is make sure I'm up to date. And I think it's gonna be quite relevant to you to see make sure I'm up to date with everything. And then we can continue on this some other time. Trying to just give this some organization. Cool tune, man. Okay, we'll get back to this in a bit. Some other time. Alright, that was a good start for today. This is some news. Actually, I'm curious. What's happening?
Please take a moment to shut the fuck up. Please take a moment to shut the fuck up.
Morning news, baby. Exactly 9 a.m. Set status. Now let's see what's up.
Welcome to the AI Daily Podcast. I'm your host, Amy Iverson, bringing you the freshest insights into artificial intelligence on this Friday, December 6th, 2024. Today, we're exploring the latest AI breakthroughs that are transforming industries and revolutionizing our everyday experiences. OpenAI's newest innovation, ChatGPT Pro, represents a significant advancement in AI technology, signaling a shift toward more robust, compute-intensive models tailored for research and complex problem-solving. At a subscription price of $200 per month, this service offers more than just unlimited access to OpenAI's sophisticated models, such as the O1 and GPT-4o. It also introduces the O1 Pro mode, a feature designed to think harder and deliver superior responses to intricate queries. The implications of this technology are particularly noteworthy in fields like data science, programming, and law, where precision and a deep understanding are paramount. This leap forward places users at the forefront of innovation, potentially boosting productivity and spurring advancements across various sectors. Moreover, ChatGPT now boasts a user base of 300 million weekly active users, a testament to its rapid adoption and, perhaps, growing dependence on AI-driven interfaces. With 1 billion messages processed daily, this surge in users not only reflects extensive usage, but also provides a rich interaction dataset that could further enhance AI capabilities, making these tools even more intelligent and user-friendly. Turning our attention to Google's unveiling of Genie 2, we witness another monumental leap in AI, particularly in the realm of creating and maintaining dynamic 3D worlds. Unlike its predecessor, which was limited to crafting static 2D environments, Genie 2 is capable of generating and sustaining immersive three-dimensional worlds, replete with elements like water and smoke that obey the laws of physics. This tool is invaluable for AI training, offering a virtually limitless variety of scenarios and environments for algorithms to learn from. What sets Genie 2 apart is its ability to remember and reintroduce elements of the environment, enhancing the continuity and realism of interactions. Although these worlds currently have a lifespan of up to 60 seconds and may experience some graphical degradation over time, the potential for future AI development, especially in training generalized AI agents, is vast. ChatGPT Pro and Genie 2 highlight a broader trend in AI research and application, represents a significant advancement in AI technology, signaling a shift toward more robust, compute-intensive models tailored for research and complex problem-solving. At a subscription price of $200 per month, this service offers more than just unlimited access to OpenAI's sophisticated models, such as the O1 and GPT-4o. It also introduces the O1 Pro mode, a feature designed to think harder and deliver superior responses to intricate queries. The implications of this technology are particularly noteworthy in fields like data science, programming, and law, where precision and a deep understanding are paramount. This leap forward places users at the forefront of innovation, potentially boosting productivity and spurring advancements across various sectors. Moreover, ChatGPT now boasts a user base of 300 million weekly active users, a testament to its rapid adoption and, perhaps, growing dependence on AI-driven interfaces. With 1 billion messages processed daily, this surge in users not only reflects extensive usage, but also provides a rich interaction dataset that could further enhance AI capabilities, making these tools even more intelligent and user-friendly. Turning our attention to Google's unveiling of Genie 2, we witness another monumental leap in AI, particularly in the realm of creating and maintaining dynamic 3D worlds. Unlike its predecessor, which was limited to crafting static 2D environments, Genie 2 is capable of generating and sustaining immersive three-dimensional worlds, replete with elements like water and smoke that obey the laws of physics. This tool is invaluable for AI training, offering a virtually limitless variety of scenarios and environments for algorithms to learn from.
Yeah, but it's Google, so it's not available
What sets
yet.
Genie 2 apart is its ability to remember and reintroduce elements of the environment, enhancing the continuity and realism of
I've seen this. You upload
Although
them.
these worlds currently have a lifespan of up to 60 seconds and may experience some graphical degradation over time, the potential for future AI development, especially in training generalized AI agents, is vast. ChatGPT Pro and Genie 2 highlight a broader trend in AI research and application, marking a shift toward not only more intelligent AI, but also more accessible and dynamically interactive systems. These systems could redefine our engagement with digital environments and our approach to solving complex challenges. With each innovation, we inch closer to realizing AI functionalities once confined to the realm of science fiction, now increasingly within our grasp, revolutionizing industries and, potentially, our daily lives. As AI continues to evolve, it promises to unlock new possibilities, streamline efficiencies, and perhaps most importantly, herald a new era of technological interaction. In the sphere of artificial intelligence and military defense, the landscape is undergoing rapid transformation, largely due to strategic partnerships that combine state-of-the-art AI with sophisticated defense technologies. A notable collaboration that has garnered attention from industry experts and the global defense community is the alliance between Anduril Industries and OpenAI. This partnership is set to significantly bolster national defense systems, with a particular focus on countering unmanned aerial threats, drones, which have become increasingly prevalent in modern warfare.
I'm gonna call
The
it.
integration of OpenAI's AI models with Anduril's advanced defense systems is at the heart
See
of
how
this
this first stream
aiming to augment the capabilities of the US and allied
processed, make
This
improvements,
collaboration is not merely a technological upgrade.
and I'll
It's a
see you guys in the
strategic
next one.
initiative to sustain a